Hello. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. 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 Hello.
बोला स्पीकर कहाँ गया यार ओके थैंक यू हेलो ऑन करता है क्या यस राजे हेलो 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 गुड मॉर्निंग गाइस या first of all thank you for each one of you for coming on this Saturday. I know it's not always easy to to come up with such a tech event. So today, once more, welcome to aMP Pune. This is, I think, so the second meetup which we are doing here in Pune. There are some parallel event which is going right now. I think so. Not right now in on the 27th of August in Salem, in the in India itself. And today we have a bunch of experts who are coming from Pune itself. We have also few members who are coming from Bangalore, from Ahmedabad, and also one international speaker who has come from UK as well. She is going to join us on the second half. And on behalf of MP, again once more, I would like to thank you guys. Uh, I would like also to extend a special thank to our gold sponsor, So Dragon, who is a company who is supporting us to this event and helping this event to make it possible. Uh, of course, along with that, I would like to personally thank each one of the speakers who have, taking their time participating to this community. So I'll take personally their name, starting with the Pune Tech community, Siddharth, Kunj, Nandip, Smita, uh, Sujit, Kirti, Ammar, Monica, and Lalit. A big round of applause for them for yeah. So opening up this show, and then the first session is going to take by Siddharth and Kunj. Over to you guys. Yeah.
Hello everyone, good morning. I think I might not read mine. Right? Am I audible? At the last? Okay. So what I'll do is we'll start with like a waking up exercise. Uh, I have a small 2-3 brain teasers which I have in my next slide. It's just to wake you up, guys. You can check the brain teaser. You can answer it. I have a small, kind of token. I have some stickers which I have collected while I attended many conferences around. You can, the first one who will answer, please come here and you can select any two stickers which you want. I don't have so much of quantity. If at all it would help, there are small topics that will give to everybody, but otherwise you can just choose any two which you want. Okay. So this is the first one. Raise your hand and then answer it. You might have to come ahead to view it.
87. 87.
The right answer is 87. Can you tell the logic?
It's reverse, right? So 87 will be 1990.
Nice. Okay, perfect. You can choose any source. Thank you. Okay. You can take any two which you
I
want.
like this.
Yeah.
I'll put it like this.
Okay. So can you find the mistake here? Yeah, nice. See? Alright, please come here. So there's mistake in the spelling of mistake. Okay. The third one and the last one. Which glass will fill up first? Raise your hands. 5. By what logic?
Because like the seventh one is closed and the one
Yes, you are right. So the water will flow from here. It will go here, but this one is closed, so it is not going to come here, and it is go here. It will not go here also because this one is also closed. Please, thank you. Okay. So let's start with the session now. Everybody walked up, or I still need some exercise? You want some exercise? No, right? Okay. You have some.
Just
Okay. So today we are going to talk about building apps for Microsoft Teams. How many of you are using Teams? Mostly all of you. Okay. Just to get the context of how many of you are student. Okay. I believe in the same college or okay. Fine. But still you have used Teams. You know about Microsoft Teams, right? It's basically Yahoo Messenger for us, for all the professionals who are working. So what we are going to do, we are going to talk about how we can build apps for Microsoft Teams. Okay. First of all, let's thanks our sponsor Soho Dragon. Okay, who will be able to have this conference here. Okay, these are some of the next aMP events which are going to come. Okay, so if you are around, I think most of the conferences are in person or virtual, but you can note the date, you can take the photo, and you can also attend it. This is a very global community. It started by Patrick and had been, conducting this kind of conferences around all over the globe, where it will be virtually plus in person. So thanks to all the organizers also. They have thanked us, but let us also thank Patrick, Mortuza, Swati, all the organizers to organize this event. Okay, so myself Siddharth Bagasia, I have around 15 years of IT professional experience around Microsoft technology stack. I love to work on SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, Power Platform, Azure, etc. I I had been working with MNCs like TCS, HP, Infosys. Then from last 3 years, I've started my own company called Binary Groups, where we are providing services around Microsoft 365 tech stack only, around the same tech stack, building apps for SharePoint, Teams, and Power Platform, etc. These are some of the social handles through which you will be able to connect with me. I had been also active in community in terms of what we are doing today, wherein I have been awarded Microsoft MVP for M365 development and our business category. Also. With me, I have Kunj. Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunj and I have around 10 years of experience. I also started my journey with MNCs, getting placed from the college itself. And from past 1.5 years, I've been a full-time freelancer. It has been a great journey. So if anyone is willing to do freelancing or any of this, you can just connect with us. There's a few of our social media handles. You can contact me. I am available mostly on LinkedIn. Okay, so you can just ping me. Thank you.
Thanks, Kunj. Okay. I think there is a sequence, timing sequence. Okay, so first it should be coming Y, but then this one, but that's fine. Okay, so first of all, why, right? Let's start with why. Why do we want to build apps on Microsoft Teams, right? As we know from the last data, probably around December or February, December 2023 till February 2024, the last data which was there, there are around 320 million users for Microsoft Teams. So the users for Microsoft Teams have been growing exponentially, right? And nowadays, the kind of features being added to Microsoft Teams, it is becoming more than just communication tool, like collaboration to a communication tool. What Microsoft is doing is they are trying to bring everything into Microsoft Teams, basically, which is a single tool, so that we as in professionals who are working for an organization who wanted to communicate with our colleagues, our teams, or across our organization to our clients and everybody, they wanted us to have a single tool from where you will be able to access everything, right? And that is why the popularity of Team has been increased so much. Okay. Plus, we have to understand one thing that no matter which organization, they are not going to rely on a single technology stack. Okay, they might be using Microsoft 365 for their collaboration tool, document management system, and etc. But Microsoft doesn't have any good ticketing system, so they might be relying on Jira, they might be relying on ServiceNow, some other tools. Plus, there would be some other CRMs also. Which Microsoft also provides CRM, but they might be using SAP, they might be using other CRMs which are available in the market, right? Why? Because no organization want to put all their tech stack into a single bucket, right? And that's why they have a wider ecosystem wherein they might be using other tech stack, other products also. Now, to build apps for Microsoft Teams and to get data from the external system or to get the reference of the data from the external system in the context of our conversation. Like, what do I mean by that? For example, you are talking with your colleague or your team. What do you want to do is you wanted to refer a particular Jira ticket number, saying that, hey, can you let me know status of this particular ticket number, right? Now, what would happen is, in most of the case, if you would have to do something which is what the scenarios which I'm telling about, you would have to first go to Jira, you would have to copy the URL of the Jira ticket, you have to paste it in your Microsoft Teams chat conversation, and then you can ask, tell me, context of or give me the status of this Jira ticket, right? Now, what if we are able to do all of this from Teams itself? It means we are able to get data from the external system, get it into context of our conversation, right within our Teams chat window where we are doing, and then pasting it the way we are typing it the message, and it is also able to respond in terms of the preview of the URL which is being sent, and then user able to respond. Right? That would make our life so much easier, and that's where the concept of Microsoft Teams app comes into picture. I also relate, I don't know if you know the story about BlackBerry. How many of you have used BlackBerry when there was you have used, right? Most of when the BlackBerry was introduced, you would know that it was so much popular among all the business executives that it was called as phone for businesses, right? But what happened suddenly, right? Suddenly when iPhone was launched, yes, when the iPhone was launched, when Steve Jobs said that he's bringing iPod, music, phone, everything into a single device, people were wow, right? But if you are people I had seen, I was not personally, that much excited about development or anything at that time, but I have seen some forums while reading and studying. I have seen many of the developers were excited when they launched the iPhone. Why? Because of their app ecosystem. Okay. What they were launching was they were saying that yes, we are giving you a phone. Okay. Plus we are giving product or the developers an ecosystem where you can build apps for iPhone, right? And that is how indirectly what they are saying is that you also can be part of our ecosystem. You build apps for iPhone, and then people will start, kind of using iPhone also plus your app also, and we will give you that kind of store where you can host or publish your thing, right? Same goes for Microsoft also. Microsoft already had an app source which is available, which is very similar to App Store, where you can install your SharePoint apps which are available, where you can install Azure apps which are available, where you can put your consulting, many kind of listing can be done with Microsoft App Store. With this also, when they came up with the Microsoft Teams app, they also introduced wherein you can create an app and you can put it in the Microsoft App Store. So it is largely available for all the organization to use or to install within that ecosystem, right? And that is where they did is they kind of partnered it with all these product companies which are very popular, which many organizations are using, and they gave us an extensibility model so that these product companies or we as a developer would be able to create apps for Microsoft Teams which people can install it or an organization can install it depending on the policy which is being set, and they can start readily using it within the teams itself, right? And that is why the why portion, like why do we want to build apps for the teams, right? Okay, this is just what I did is and everybody's kind of playing with ChatGPT and everything. So what I did is I put this slide to ChatGPT and I asked him to write a poem, for this thing. And this is the poem which it came up with. How many of you are using ChatGPT or this thing day to day life? Okay, we are using, right? Can you just give a couple of examples? Are you using it for your personal use, or are you using it for your organization, or for your daily work or productivity, or how do you use it?
For personal as well as for
Okay. So when you say personal, what do you generally? I mean, can you think of what then have you used last for work?
So like generally I prefer that wheel board.
Quill
Like
work.
I'm also using ChatGPT, but wheel board. Let's say for any specific mail or any message,
Okay.
I want to draft it. So for that purpose, I'm using the wheel board.
Okay, quill board. Okay. How about you?
I was making an itinerary to visit Chennai Pond. Last week I used apart from the official work also, I used there was an assignment where they had to write something about, my daughter had to write something about 3 minute speech she had to give on any of the characters written by J.K. Rowling. So I did
Nice.
on Harry Potter.
Yeah.
That was a wonderful one. I mean,
Correct.
how much of good I can write, but it wrote better than what I
Exactly. And you can see, it definitely it brings that wow factor. It has taken. When the prompt which I had given was, okay, this is a slide which I'm going to present, or this is the title of my session. I wanted to present like why do we want to create Teams app, and these are the results which I think of, and can you write a poem for me? And based on that, it has given the poem. So in a way, it has put all the data points which was there, which is like there are 320 million Teams users which are there. It's not just a simple tool, more than collaboration and communication tool. Beyond just chat, beyond web call, which means it says, again, same thing, that is not just the communication tool. With the data flowing in the streamless stream, it's saying that you are able to bring data from the external system. So a nice thing. I personally think, and this is debatable. Nowadays, I am seeing that on the LinkedIn also many people are complaining about the content being created by the chat GPT, and people kind of using it and to post it on the LinkedIn. It means now it has become, the post has become very so perfect, okay, that you see and you can just find or you can just feel that this post is not being created by a human, right? And sometimes I mean, I also personally feel, I was talking to Kunj also, sometimes I also feel that merely as a human we don't have to be perfect, okay? Sometimes when you would see this kind of posts which are keep on coming, okay, you will start ignoring it because now that this post is being created by ChatGPT, and you might start ignoring it, okay? But in another sense, if somebody would have written something, for himself or from by his writing or from by his creativity, you would still, maybe there would be typos, maybe there would be grammatical mistake. We are not perfect, but people would still relate because every post would be different. How you would be writing, how you would be writing would be different. But when you are giving it to Chat GPT, more or less, it is going to give you the same kind of references, the same kind of tone, the same kind of accent, which is going to give. So, but yeah, it's still debatable, but very good tool. Okay, everybody has to definitely use it, and you will see during the day also that there are some sessions which are aligned where there are so much of use cases which how people are trying to come up with the AI and trying to see how we can use in here. Okay, so what are Teams app? First of all, any one of you have used any of the Teams app? Which you Teams app? No,
Keep that use.
not apps. Okay. How many say you have used Teams? You have used Teams, but you have not used Teams app. What if I tell you you have used it but you don't know?
We have used Poly for taking the polls.
Polls. Yes, that is a Teams app, right? Okay. How many of you have used while you were messaging with your colleagues or your team? How many of you used the Diffie image which comes, where you can click on add icon and where you have used the emoji icon? Sorry, that is a Teams app. Okay, that is a Teams app given by Microsoft, developed by Microsoft in the Teams app itself. So we will see, but if you want, you can create similar kind of app wherein you can have your own custom button. On click of it, you can show data which is coming from the external system, which Microsoft has given. So indirectly, you might not know, but you had been using Teams app.
But now, if you are talking of creating these apps,
Correct.
when they're in a governed environment, in our offices,
Correct.
we probably might not be allowed to even install such apps.
Correct, which is right. So see, there are two things. First thing is the apps which are publicly available in Microsoft App Stores, which can still be governed by your team's admin. So your team's administration can choose whether they wanted to show this app to your users to be installed or not. Okay. You can also control whether they want to search it. They can search it that app or not. Okay. But you can control all of this. And whenever you are building custom app also, there is a way wherein you can upload it as a Teams administrator and you can make it available for your organization. If not, if the side loading is enabled, what do we mean by side loading is, it means that therein the end user itself would be able to upload their Teams app and he can use it for your personal, or he can say that I'm submitting it for the organization and then it goes through the approval for the Teams administration. So that kind of governance policies are there. You can in fact create a custom app, you can pin it based on a policy on the left hand side where you would see the personal apps which are in there. If not, you can have it as available in your search windows also. Okay, but yes, so in a way, think about Teams app is an app which we are using on our mobile app, right? It's a way for us to extend, how we can create an app which fits our need. Then we can either use the existing app which is available and extend it, or you can create new also, right? And these are some of the advantages which I talked about. Okay, most of the primary advantage which I see is that you would be able to collaborate around the existing content and data which is there, where you don't have to go outside of the tool itself and do it. Right? Okay, so there are different types of Teams app which are available, right? How many of you have used Planner within Teams app? Within Teams, sorry, you have used, right? You would have seen that on the left hand side here in the apps, you would have clicked and you would have searched for the planner. And what it does is it opens something like here, where you are able to see all the planners. Here is a Teams app. Teams app which has been created by Microsoft, available for us to install. So here the governance comes wherein you as a user opt whether you wanted to install it, use it or not, or as an organization you wanted to do it, right? So these are the personal apps. Okay, so Planner is a personal app. Any app which you would be able to, so when you create an app, you can edit as for a personal thing also, or you can edit in the Teams channels. Okay, so that is also an app which you can edit. Now, this kind of configuration when we do in the custom apps, you can choose whether you wanted to enable it in the personal level, at the tab level, or where you or in the group chat or not, or in one-to-one chat or not. All kind of configurations are available. So basically, a personal app that can be synced, bot, okay, which is also a type of app only. It can be in the private workspace or it can be both, right? Then this is where you would be able to see the content. Okay, we will see the demo of this app which we have built, which is available in the app stores also. Kunj will show you that. Then basically what you can do is, with this kind of app, basically you see you can have an advanced component like listing of the data. You can create task board, you can create dashboard, you can create forms, that kind of thing, right? Now any app which you build as a personal app can also be used as a tab in your team's channel. So it doesn't mean that okay, the app which you are building is just for your personal app. The same logic, same component which you are building can be used in here also, right? So this is one of the app which is personal app. Second is tabs. Okay. How many of you went to a Teams channel and say add and tab and add a SharePoint site or a website or Power Platform or something, right? You would have done that. Many a times when you are adding a planner to a channel, there is an option which says that do you want to post this, post this tab in the channel as a message or not. That is also a tab, right? So any app which you are searching with by clicking on add button and then which you shows you the kind of apps which are available, which you can basically put it in the tabs itself, right? Tabs would be very much similar to the personal app. Okay. One thing we have to understand about the Teams app when we are talking about personal app and tabs is that it's merely nothing but rendering an external application which is hosted somewhere in an iframe within your Teams UI, right? That is how basically the tabs and personal apps infrastructure has been loaded. Same goes for other type of extensibility model also, but it is basically just rendering an URL. So if you have a custom website which you have, your personal blog which you have, if you want to add it as a personal tab or as a personal app, it's just 5 minutes job. You can do it. You can just create one manifest file, and you can create that manifest file. You can add that URL, and that can be once installed. It can be used as a personal app or a tab also. Okay. So if doesn't when we say creating or using Teams app doesn't mean that you have to always create an app. You can always use your existing website application which is there and you can put it here also. Okay. So yeah, so what we talked about basically they are Teams our web pages. Yes. When we say Teams our web pages, right? Good thing is again this is optional. Okay. If your application has nothing to do with Teams, then you don't need to have a Teams aware list. But if your application or tab needs to know who is the current logged in user, based on it, it has to write some logic to show something, to hide something, okay, to basically send messages to something, then you need a Teams aware application which is there. So where you are using Teams framework so that you will be able to get data of the current logged in user, you will be able to get data from the Graph API, SharePoint REST API, all of that which is possible, you will be able to do it, right? And you don't have to basically rely on any other this thing because by default the Teams FX library which is there gives you all the objects and class and everything to basically get data from the Microsoft ecosystem itself. It can be added as a channel inside Team, group chat, personal app for individual user. As we talk, you can add team specific functionality to your web content. Okay, this is one of the good things. Who all are SharePoint developers here? Right? Have you developed SPFX web parts and everything? Good thing is you can create an SPFX web part and you can use it as a Teams app itself. So there's just one configuration which you have to do. And with version 1.15 or 16 of SPFX, they already have the Teams library where you can check where this web part is getting rendered. And nowadays, see how it's surprising how this development ecosystem works, right? When we say about SPFX, it started with just using SharePoint framework web part on your SharePoint. What did they do is when they came up with the Teams app extensibility model, they also allowed us to use the same web part as in Teams app. Okay. Now they are extending it to more further where you can use the same SPFX web part or same Teams app into your Microsoft 365 also. So, okay, an interesting question. When you start your day, right? What is the first thing you do when you are logging to your work account? Open Teams, right? What if you are if you want to access a document or if you wanted to what do you say? If you wanted to use Planner or something, then what do you in the browser other than Teams? Where do you go? Anybody use portal.office.com? Anybody type it? No? nowadays nobody, right? Or I am the only geek who. I don't know. I feel whenever I have to go to Microsoft 365 to find a document which I think somebody would have sent me a couple of days back, and I don't recall whether it was in this team, whether it's on that team. You should try that. Okay, go to portal.office.com. Okay, you will see a great landing page which is available. You will see some of the recent documents which has been shared with you, which you have been collaborated. You don't have to find, you don't have to remember, right? Because it will show you that okay, this guy has shared with you this, you have updated, all the listing would be there. Okay, it is very easy to find because many times what happens is Kunj might have shared me in a Teams channel. I would have referred that document now, but then I don't remember that where do I go and find the document. So if you go to portal.office, you are going to see a UI wherein you will be able to see all the recent activities which is done within your account. So yeah, so coming to the point, you can extend your Teams app or SPFX web part as in Microsoft 365 app also. It means that app would be available in your portal.office on the left hand side the way we have this thing. Plus, you can use it in the Outlook also. Okay, so this kind of extensibility models are available where you will be able to kind of use all of this. Okay. Next is bot. I am sure already all of you would have one way or another used one or two bots which is available, right? It is basically normal chatbot like ChatGPT. Only thing is you are using it not using the web interface or the custom interface of the product team, but you are using it in the Teams itself. It acts like a normal user which is there. So you will have a similar chat window which is there. You will be able to send message. You will be able to respond to message back, right? Now coming to the conversational bot. Again, bot is nothing but just an API call which is being made from the front end side, where there is a messaging endpoint which is listening. Now the messaging endpoint, you have to write logic where user says hi, I wanted to say hello. When user says bye, I wanted to send some feedback message that hey, did you like our conversation or not? Right? So it's merely just an API call which we are doing. So whenever you are going to create a bot, a custom bot for yourself, using a particular, we will see what kind of tech stack we can use. Using that, there would be one event which is available or a method which is available on which you just have to write your logic, right? And based on that, you would be able to build what do you want to build. Now, okay, there are interactive cards. You can send adaptive cards. There are task modules which are available, wherein there would be in adaptive card itself there would be button. On click of that button, you can open the pop-up. You can do any kind of extensibility models which is available. Now messaging extension, right? We talked about, we are talking about this GIF or emojis icons which we are seeing, right? These are messaging extensions. So this is third type of Teams app which you can build, wherein you will be able to add your custom button here, okay? And on click of that button, you select a particular app, and then once the app is selected, you will get this kind of interface which is available, wherein you will be able to sort. You might have noticed, no matter if you are searching for GIFs, stickers, or anything, it's always a small window which gets open. On the top there is a search bar, and then there is listing of the data. So no, you cannot build custom, UI or interface or anything with messaging extension. But there is another option which you can do. If you want, you can open a task module from here, which would open it as a pop-up. Okay, where you can have your custom UI, custom complex HTML or UI which you wanted to build. Okay, so first thing is we have to understand. Again, messaging extensions are also nothing but exchanging your data or the search query or whatever user has done to a web service, and web service returning the data in a particular format so that it is getting surfaced in the particular UI which you are talking about. So from where you can trigger a messaging extension. Okay, one thing is you can trigger it from here which we are talking about. Another thing is you can trigger it from here also, from the search bar. Okay, so basically this is the commands compose message area which we are talking about this. Then this is the command box which is the on the top. I don't know how many of you know, but this is not merely just a search bar, but this is actually a command box. It means all the apps and everything which are available, you can mention at the rate. There is a slash command which is there. If you click on slash, there will be list of help commands which will be coming, which you can use to do something. If you wanted to find a message from a particular chat window, you can do that from there itself. Okay. So there are many hidden features which are available, which you can by default use also. But our extension which we will build as a Teams app can also be triggered from the search bar also. And third is from the messaging context, right? How many of you have seen or done where you have selected a message and then you say create a task item in Planner? right? No, if you would have a Teams or a channel where you are using a planner also, and if you wanted to create a task for a particular person, so your manager has sent you something, hey, can you start working on this? Okay, what you can do is you can quickly go to the context of the conversation and click off here more actions. What you can do is it will open all the apps which are available. From there you will be able to make an API call and do use this message itself. So you will get this message, you will get who has sent this message, that kind of information by default, and you can use that information and put data into external systems. Right. So this is also very useful. I mean, I don't know. Anybody has clicked on three dots? No, you have clicked, right? Whatever you see which comes within three dots is a messaging extension, basically. Okay, and you can have your own messaging extension from where you will be able to do it. Okay, one. Do you know with new Teams you can forward a message? You have used it, okay? Do you know that in Teams version 1 there was no feature to forward a message on the desktop? Okay, we built it, okay, before like couple of years or 1.5 years back. When there was no forward a message, I was feeling very anxious about copying the message and pasting it to a Teams or channel or something. And I was surprised that Microsoft doesn't have that thing in the version 1. Okay, so we built a messaging extension where you can click on it. I can show you probably the screenshot later. But when you click on it, opens a pop-up window. It asks you to type the name of the people to whom you want to forward, and all teams and channel which you want to forward. And it will copy this message and it will put it there. Right? So that can be built custom. With Teams version 2, Microsoft itself also came up by forwarding the message. That feature was available, but that was only available on the mobile. It was not available on the desktop. Okay. There are many things in Teams also with version 2 which is not available right now, but which they are going to update. One of them is save this message. I don't know if you have noticed, but this feature has completely been eliminated in version Teams 2.0. Okay, many of the people, including myself, are using to save the message and find the message which is available. Okay. How much time is it?
15. Thank you. 15.
50 days. Okay. I think I should hand over to Kunjla. Okay, these are meeting extensions. Okay, it means you can create apps which would be part of your meeting experience. Okay, you can build an app which would be pre-meeting app. Okay, the poly or service which we are talking about can also be used in a Teams. It means while the Teams meeting is going on, what you can do is you can create the survey. That is nothing but a message, this meeting extension which is available. You can also have post-meeting app experience. It means you can post something after the meeting has been over. Okay, so this kind of capabilities is available. There are some of the examples. Nandip and Smita would be here. They also built a very nice meeting extension which was available, which was very much similar. So from there you would be able to add apps into your Microsoft Teams meeting itself.
That one question.
Yeah.
Is this meeting extension which you have built available in the marketplace?
No.
No, this one.
Otherwise, I would have used it.
No,
You
but
can download it and you can use it.
Nandip has
Upload is there in the GitHub.
Nandip and
Okay,
Smita
okay.
has uploaded into the repo community, so it is free to use. You can just package it and you can just install it.
Thank
Webhook and connectors. This feature has been depreciated. I think both are depreciated. Connectors, both are, right? These features are depreciated. We will not talk about it, but it's going to be depreciated probably in September end or something. Okay. What it was giving you was you can quickly within your Teams channel you can quickly create a connector or a webhook wherein it works both ways. So if a particular message has been posted in your Teams channel, okay, you can make an API call. Okay, it means you can say you can configure it as a webhook that okay, whenever a message is been posted here, you have to post this data to this particular API, and that API which you have created, you have to create it. You have to read it, and you can do whatever the data with that data which you wanted to. And there's other way around also. If there an event happens in the external system, and you wanted to post something into your Teams channel, it means probably in the Jira ticket status change to closed. What you want to do is you want to have an automatic notification sent in the Teams channel that the Jira ticket has been closed. Okay, this is the detail of the Jira ticket which was closed. You can do that using webhook and connectors, right? This was very good feature, but there was some security risk around this, and that's why Microsoft has depreciated it. They are asking us to use bot as an alternative to this. So you can use a chatbot and you can use proactive messaging feature which is available, through which you would be able to do the similar kind of requirement. The only thing is you have to install the bot. In here, the easiest thing was that you don't have to install anything. What you have to just do is you have to just configure the connectors or the webhook, and you would be able to do it. What has happened probably, I also personally think this might spam some of the Teams channel messages from the external system where they can kind of keep on posting messages on the Teams and channel. So this is a depreciated feature, but still good to know that okay, there is something which was available and now you can use bot for it. Okay, this is my last slide. After this, I'll hand it over to Coach. Now we were talking about different types of apps which are available. Now let's talk about what are the different ways to create a Teams app. Okay. First and foremost, there is an Yeoman generator, which the SharePoint developer who would know that we have a SPFX developer, which is part of Yeoman generator. Same way, there is a Your team, the way we have Your SharePoint, the way we create an SPFX part. Again, why star? Because now this repo is not maintained from last 1 year. It means that no new features have been added to Your teams. Me and Kuj always say we personally like Your team so much, okay, because it was giving us so much of configuration options for us to choose what we wanted to do, what we wanted to increase when we are creating Teams app. Now, they are not doing it strategically, probably because they are promoting this toolkit for Visual Studio Code. Okay. Again, toolkit for Visual Studio Code is very easy to use. Okay. That we will see that you can create a Teams that within a fraction of seconds you will be able to publish it, you will be able to deploy it, debug it, and all that kind of thing. But Your team was good. Okay. Our personal opinion. But still you can use it to create the apps which you wanted to build. Second, there is a toolkit which is available for Visual Studio, which is basically full version of the Visual Studio, and then toolkit for Visual Studio Code, which is basically which we are going to talk about today. Dataverse for Teams is basically also a kind of Teams app, okay, wherein it is going to use Power Platform. It means you are building an app within your Teams or a channel or within your Teams channel, and you are going to use Dataverse as your database. I don't know how many of you know, but when you are using Dataverse, it's a premium license always, right? When you are building an app and when you are connecting with a Dataverse, it's a premium license. With Dataverse for Teams, you don't need a premium license, but the limitation is you only get 2 GB of data per app, or sorry, per Teams which you are going to use. It means if you are going to have 10 tables and if your data is going to store more than 2 GB, you won't be able to use it and you have to go for standalone. But you are building a small app, a small automation for your team within your project itself, then you will be able to use it. So that is also called a Teams app. Why? Because same way, the once you would build it, what you can do is it will be added as a tab in your Teams channel or something. The user clicks on it. Behind the scene, it is Power Platform, Power Apps only. Okay. It's just that rather than connecting to a standalone Dataverse environment, it is going to create an environment for that particular Teams channel, Teams, and that is going to connect to that, but you don't have to make you do it. Good thing about that is that you can still use it outside of your Teams also. It means if you grab the URL and if you put it on a web browser, you can still use it. But that app won't be publicly available when you go to apps.power apps and the apps which are shared, with particular tool. But you can still use it. Then you can do standalone web development. It means that if you are not a Teams app developer, if you are an Angular developer, if you are Node.js developer, by default Node.js is also used. But if you have another technology, PHP, Java, JSP, you can still develop your web application Teams app with that. Sorry, develop the web application there, and you can put it into Teams app, right? Okay, Teams App Studio, you can just create the manifest package file. So when you have your own public blog URL and you don't know how to create that manifest JSON file which is available, you can use Teams App Studio, which will allow you to put some configuration windows and finally give you the zip file which you want. Okay, so these are the different ways to create the Teams app. I think I'll take it over to Coach. Any question before we go to the practical or the this part? Next, what we are going to do, what are the prerequisites, how you can create a Teams app, and we'll show you some apps which we have built, which is available either in the public store, public app stores, or which we have built for the customers, which we will see, and all the examples which we have seen. Any questions before I hand it over?
You were talking about webhooks and connectors.
Right.
So the purpose that you mentioned was we can make an API call and extract data, whatever. So similar to that, we can do using Power Automate as well.
Correct.
That is an alternative to it.
Right.
It was a preferred mechanism. If it was this.
Actually, see, what happens is with Power Automate, you as a developer are doing it, right? Where you are developing or doing some automation on it, where you can say that okay, whenever a message has been posted in the Teams channel, you wanted to do something. Okay, right? Or what you want to do is you create a webhook in the Power Automate itself, where you give it to your external developers. That something happens, post it here. Your Power Automate gets called, and then you do a post a message in the Teams channel. Right? That is all. But you are doing it as a developer. In that case, Power Automate is a new element or a component which you have added on whole of your solution, right? But with webhook and connectors, you don't have to do it. What you are doing is you are just using a URL or connectors to do it.
Okay, just to add on to you. How many of you know about Power Automate? Because it's a very specific question, right? Power Automate. Can tell you one thing. Okay. Internally, what happens is there is a webhook which gets added. Okay. Even if you use SharePoint, okay, when an item is added, when an item is created, behind the scene there is a webhook. Okay. Why the webhook is getting deprecated is because we as a developer do not understand the security concerns. Okay. Because webhook is open.
Always
right?
open. Yeah.
It's open. If you give a URL to me, I can grab all your data. That is a security breach, right? Why organization does not allow you to add and have? The first question, very simple question, right? You said they don't allow us, it's a closed environment. What is the reason they don't allow? The first and foremost reason is you like with Teams app, everything is outside. Okay? Nothing is hosted internally. You don't own the data. What if in case your data moves out? Right? Everyone. How many of you are using ChatGPT for your organization? Are you using Copilot? Copilot. Okay. What is the biggest concern for Copilot? Is if in case I give some prompt and it reads my own data or something, what is going to happen? Right? What if in case if tomorrow I say that ChatGPT is even listening your emails, for example, then it's a biggest concern, right? You have your offer letter, you have all the things. You'll be able to understand, okay, what is my behavior, my pattern, all those things, right? That is the only reason webhook is getting deprecated. But behind the scene, internally, it is getting created, but Microsoft owns it, right? Power Automate, owned by Microsoft, they know how to create it. They know how to manage it. They don't expose it to you. Internally, that is the only technology which is getting used. Right? Okay. So how many of you understand a brief about Teams application, why should you use it? Anyone? No? After like so much of information, if you're not able to understand,
So kuch back mein वापस.
that's correct. Then we need to think about it, right? But yeah, you understood, right? What is Teams, how you can use it, how you can extend it, what are the pain points. How many of you use Slack? Slack? Do you know Slack also has this extensibility model? Right? You can create bot, you can create tabs, like in the channel. Why do you want extensibility model? I not go deep into all this. I know you can go into Google and create and all those things. I'll just show at the end a few 5 minutes how you can use an app and all those things. How many of you think what is extensibility? Why do you want an extensibility model? If you have, for example, has anyone created any product or software? Has anyone created? No. Whenever you are creating an application, okay, you are giving configurations as well, right? If you want to change something, if you want to do something. Similarly, if you are creating any software, you give them extensibility model. Why? Because you want developer to feel that okay, I can do something. I can create on it. That is the reason even Teams has the extensibility. That is the reason you can do all this stuff. Understood? I'm going into basics, okay? Not like why Teams give, why SharePoint give. Everyone is giving you extensibility. Like our bread and butter is extensibility model. If tomorrow they will say that okay, nothing will work, only this is the product, what will happen? No extensibility point. Right? That is the reason even our bread and butter is working on that. Now, how you can create a Teams application, okay, or the Teams extensibility model is there are few things which you need, okay. Don't consider Node.js. Node.js is not mandatory, okay. But if you want to use Teams toolkit, it is mandatory, okay. Node.js Teams toolkit for Visual Studio Code. Okay, how many of you have used Visual Studio? Not the code one, okay? I'm saying Visual Studio. Visual Studio. Use Visual Studio? Visual Studio Code, right? Why do you use Visual Studio Code and not Visual Studio? Can anyone say that why Microsoft created VS Code? What was the reason behind it? See, nothing in this world is without any reason, right? You know, everything has a reason. So why is there a need for VS Code? And which is the most used tool, I would say, by the software engineers or all the engineers who is anywhere related to software? And can anyone answer? Just a brief, like, guess.
We can add many extensions also, right?
Extends, yeah, but you can do that in Visual Studio. VS Code is open source, okay. But now they are planning to do with Visual Studio as well, right? See, the problem was whenever you are stuck with one software for a certain amount of time, you think that there is no innovation which is going on. But there were players which were coming like atom, Sublime, all these editors were fast, like it does not take much of your RAM, memory, all those things, and it was very important for Microsoft to innovate, right? So that is also very important. If you are in your organization, try and innovate, right? Because tomorrow ChatGPT is going to code everything what you are doing, but innovation is not going to end, right? Innovation is the key thing. So why do we like for this extensibility? You should have some kind of idea, right? That okay, I want to extend it in such a way. I want to create such a product, or I want to create an application which will help users, right? So innovation and ideation will never stop. Your coding, everything will get completed by ChatGPT. Your writing skills, coding skills, editing skills, photo click, everything is getting AI is going to take everything except your ideation. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now coming back to the topic, you need Microsoft 365, and yeah, that's the only prerequisite. You want an account on Microsoft 365. If you have that, you can extend your teams. Okay, now I'll not go deep into the other part, but I will come to teams. Okay, let me just stop sharing and let me just come here and go to okay, consider this is my teams. Okay, now if you see on the left hand side, I have something called as apps. Okay, sorry, give me just 1 second. Let me share my screen. Right, so these are all the applications which are available from the app store. This is your app store, similar to what you have in your mobile iOS app store or Play Store. This is the app store for teams. You see Workday, you see all these big companies, right? All are getting attached to teams. So that why do you want to do that? Is you want to be in the same application. Okay, how many of you have worked with any sales guy, marketing guy, or you know like what is their day-to-day work? Has anyone worked? The problem, I'll tell you the problem with us. We as a software engineer think that, okay, sitting on the laptop for 14, 15, 16 hours is the only work which we do, right? There is a different world which is happening altogether, but we don't know. There is a sales which is happening, there is marketing which is happening, there is some other things which are happening, but we don't know. We think that, okay, this is our world. I want to do Node.js, I know this. I know JavaScript, I know Java, that is it, I know everything. But if you see the day of a sales guy, a day of a marketing guy, a day of someone who is working as a blue collar job, who is trying to lift something, maybe he is part of some manufacturing industry, right? You want to move a thing from place A to place B. What is his work? And how teams can be useful in that? Then you can develop some extensibility over it. That is where you will understand, right? And why I ask that is because if you see any marketing, sales, or someone, they are not going to be against the laptop every day. They want something on mobile app, right? They are not using laptop. They are not carrying laptop every day, right? They want something which is available. Why is mobile app very used? Because it is available, right? It's why WhatsApp is used. It's available. Availability is very important. So Teams is not only available on desktop, but it is available on your mobile phone as well. So you can create some application wherein some blue collar worker can use it, can see information, can get help from it. For example, you create a bot, okay? I'll give you a hypothetical scenario. Someone, for example, is coming to repair my AC, okay? And there is everyone has gone through that manual. It's like 20, 50, 100 pages of manual which comes. You need to learn it to understand, okay, which screw I need to. What if in case I create a small bot in Teams and I ask him that, okay, if you have any question, type over it, it will give you the information. Just go through that information and do that. Right? This is one such use case. Right? So this is how you can come through use cases, but I will just come back to the Teams app. Here is the Teams app. You can add search for Teams. All of them is available. Dropbox, Workday, all of them is available. Now, if you want to extend it, okay, you can create your own app. How you can do that is if you use, for example, let me search for developer portal. So this is one such extensibility wherein you can just create that manifest, which Siddharth mentioned, right? If you have a blog, for example, if I have my own site and I want to just add it into as a Teams app, so that I don't have to go every time and watch that website or go to Chrome and open that website. Okay, I just click on that app and boom, it's available. For that, you can go to apps, okay, and click on new app. Once you click on new app, you can just provide the name. For example, my blogs. Okay, I click on add. There are version as well, 1.17. Everything is under manifest. We'll go through it in detail. Okay. Now you need to provide few additional things. I hope it is not visible. I'm not sure if I can. Okay, you need to deal with it. It's okay. Let me do one thing. Let me quickly go through. Okay, you can provide some description, all these things. This should be URL. Privacy policy, terms of use, all these things is important, okay, for your application to get created. But if you see on the left hand side, there's something called as app features. This is where the magic happens. Okay, if you click on app features, and I'm not sure why it's not working. So click on save. Okay, you see there is personal app, there is group and channel app, there is bot, messaging extension, connector, meeting extension, scene, activity feed, all of them is available, right? You just select what you want to create. For example, if I want to create a personal app, I'll go here and then I click on add a tab. What are the things required? What is your tab name? My blogs. What is the content URL? This is where the magic happens. This is your website URL. That's it. For example, if I go to my website, okay, if I go here and if I open, for example, I want to minimize this. I don't want to show you my Upwork. Okay, this is my website. Okay, I just want to copy the URL and paste it over here. Okay, and select where I want to use it. Maybe as a personal tab, maybe as a channel tab, maybe as a private chat. All these options are available, right? If you don't select it, that's also okay. Confirm, save. Once you do this, you can click on preview in Teams. And this is the UI which you get when you add an app. Okay, you just click on add. And it should work. Let us hope it works. And you see, now on the left hand side, I have an app called as my blogs, and I can see my blogs. I can click on any of them. I can go inside it. Very, very easy. It took like 10 minutes, but you can create your app. You can publish it into App Store, do whatever you want. Okay. This is normal adding of your external website.
What if in case you want to create your own bot, some other extensibility, you want to code, which is what we love, right? We love to write code. So for that, you read Visual Studio. Okay. And in Visual Studio, there is something called as extension. If you go to extension, there is an extension called as Teams Toolkit. Select Teams Toolkit and you need to install it. I have already installed, but based on the version, there is different scaffolding which happen. How many of you know what is scaffolding? Scaffolding? How many of you think this is a out of the world word which are spoken? Scaffolding. Scaffolding, everyone is doing in your life, everyone is doing. What is scaffolding? No one? Okay. So if you create any project, what happens is, for example, you are creating a React application. What you do, npx React, right? There are few files which get created. That is nothing but as scaffolding. You are getting files which are automatically created, which are used in your application. Okay, that is scaffold. Automatic generation of files, structure, whatever you want, that is called as scaffolding. Okay. Now, if based on that, okay, based on different version, there are different scaffolding which are available. But if I go to Teams and if I click on create a new app, you see there are different options. You see there is something called as custom copilot. How many of you know? I don't want to go into detail, but Copilot is the buzzword right now, right? Everyone is talking about Copilot. Maybe GitHub Copilot, Microsoft 365 Copilot, this Copilot, that Copilot. You can extend, have your own Copilot. If I click on custom Copilot, see that there are different types of Copilot. Basic AI chatbot with your data, which says it gets data from, okay, they changed it, but previously it says it gets data from your Graph API, from your Office 365 APIs. Okay, it directly integrates that and it creates it. So you just need to select this and it will do everything for you. AI agent, you can use the LLMs and all those things, right? Now, if you go to bot has some basic bot, chat notification, chat command, all these things. If you select basic bot, it will take 10 minutes. So let us quickly see the timer. I select basic bot. I select TypeScript. You can select JavaScript, TypeScript based on your liking. I select, for example, some folder where I want to create. So I want to create it under sessions. I want to create a new folder. I give the application name, demo aMP chatbot. Okay, I am not doing anything. Scaffolding happened. Okay, see, this is called a scaffolding. There are files which are created, which I don't want or which I don't know whether it's required, not required, what are the structure of it. All this is created for me. Okay, and I can just maybe I need to install, but I just click on play and give just 5 minutes and your bot is ready. It's a dummy bot. It will say whatever you say. For example, if I say hi, it will say hi because it does not have logic. Okay, it's a simple bot, but you were able to extend or create a bot which you can use it in Teams. Very simple, very effective, does not take much time, and yeah, see, done. Done. I have my chatbot ready. I can say hi, for example, hello, and it will say hello without taking much time. It says echo. That is something which the code adds. Okay.
Can you show the method we are talking about? One method.
Perfect. Yes. Now behind the scene, what is happening? Okay. How many of you know Node.js? Node.js developer? No, no one. JavaScript, TypeScript, React, buzzwords. No. Okay. How many of you are checking surveys? Which is the most used technology or most used language? No one is checking that. JavaScript, right? JavaScript is the most used technology. 76% around the software engineers are using it. 76%. You just consider like only 25% don't know or don't use it. 75% software engineer use it. Okay, it's part of the survey. Now, everything starts from index.js or index.ts. That is your starting file. Okay. If I go to index.ts, there is something called as bot builder. Now, Microsoft gives you very nice extensibility model called as bot builder. You can create bot for Slack, for Teams, for Facebook, for WhatsApp, for Telegram, anything. You can create bot for anything. Okay, this is the important part, bot builder. You can use that. Okay, now everything happens over here. There's only one API which we have created. Restify is the server. Okay, Restify creates the server. There is an endpoint which get created, which is /API/message. You get the message over here, and then at the end of the day, there is a file called as, let me go to that file. If I go to Teams bot, you see this Teams bot is coming from this Teams bot.ts. Now here is the magic on message. So whenever my message is received, I'm not doing anything. I am just sending it as echo colon the text which I have sent. Simple. I am removing at mention and all those things, and then I'm just sending it. Whenever a new message is new member is added, for example, you want to show them a welcome message that, okay, hi there, I am this and so bot. This is your welcome message. When a new member is added, here you can add your welcome message. Here you can add your logic based on what message you are getting, whatever you want to display. Okay. So this is how you can extend or create a Teams bot. This is how you can, if I go back to Teams, this is how you can create Teams application. And quickly, I'll show you one last thing. Okay. Won't take much time, 5 minutes. Behind the scene, what happens is there is this 3 files which goes into your application. Only 3 files. With these 3 files, Teams would be able to understand what I have to do. Okay. And how is it? There are few sections. If you see, it says bots. If you have bot, you add this section. If you have tabs, you say something called as, let me go, do we have that? Static tabs. See? Static tabs. Configurable tabs. Compose extension. All these things, if you have those extensibility model, it will contain the JSON for it. Okay. If you have a bot, it will say where your bot will work. Personal, team, group chat, wherever you want to use. If you want to just use it for personal, remove this. That's it. So with this one single file, Teams is able to understand everything, what I have to do. Okay, just see the magic behind it, right? With just one small file. So I think I'll keep you high and dry for now. Yes, that's it. So,
You can show the extensions and.
Yes, correct. Let me just quickly add our app.
Quick question. So these bots can be a public bots or it is organization specific bots?
This is public. Anyone can use it. If you host it in App Store, anyone can use it. If you are only creating that zip file and you are uploading in your tenant, then only your organization. Okay. So this is the application which we created. It is available in App Store. Okay. If you have your personal tenant, you want to try it out. This is how it looks. This is the personal tab. We have, it is nothing but a classified listing, right? You want to sell something, OLX, right? But for your organization, you want to do it for your organization, right? I know Infosys has, TCS has their own classified portals and all those things. So you can do this, right? Add the app. The data will save in your tenant itself. It is not going outside. So that's the main reason we created it. Everything is getting saved in SharePoint list. Behind the scene, everything is working inside your tenant only. You can chat directly with the person who has posted. Okay, if I click on that, I'll directly navigate to that person chat, right? Let me go back to the app. So this is this is a personal tab. Okay. Now, if I go to the chat window, for example, let me do one thing. Let me go to Siddharth's chat and say that, okay, I want to add classified listing, and this is your messaging extension, right? It says I need to sign in, yeah, and see. It will show me all the listing. I can select the listing, and boom, I can just share it.
This is what I was talking about, the context, right? I don't have to go to the app, find the URL. If I find that my friend who was looking for a car and I would have seen it, what I'll do is I'll just search it from here and I say, hey, I see the posting which is available.
And
So this is kind of message.
you see the magic over here as well. You can use it here as well. You just need to type slash, and there is something called as class. So other than classified listing, there are many things. No, I think no one has used this. Everything is available. Okay. Classified listing, you get it over here as well. You just select them, would be able to see it. Copy. If you want to copy it and paste it. That is how you can see all the listing. So this is the extensibility, main extensibility point. We checked bot, we checked how we can use messaging extension, we checked how we can create a personal tab. I think we kept you high and dry because I want you to go and try. Okay, try and create something. Right, have some small idea which you can extend in Teams. Okay, any doubt, any questions till now? If no, yes. App portal, yes, it's a default as it is available.
You can set it up. Yeah, done. You can
Is
set it
something
up.
which we create. Developer portal, Microsoft created. It's just an way you can create the manifest. Okay, that's it. Right.
Power virtual agent
Welcome back. So now let's get started with the custom plugin with for Microsoft 365 and with this. Yeah. All right. Over to you.
Sorry. Full screen. Full screen. Kan ba? Pwede ba? Okay. Full screen. Kami sih kalau kamu PPT sih. May si fit jalo siya. Check mo fit. Okay. Hello. Without mic audible? So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming on this Saturday. I know that something happened last week, and we supposed to in dilemma that this event happens or not, but eventually we are here. And thank you everyone for coming and joining us. So again, I welcome all of you. So this is the day where the different mindset people are coming on single platform where we can share our ideas and learn something new from each of us. So that's it. And today I'm going to talk about how you can use Copilot to extend your Microsoft Teams extensions. In first session, you might have heard something about the Microsoft Teams tab and some Microsoft apps, right? So this is similar to that, but it's a different concept we are pulling into, and this is associated with the Copilot. So before I jump into that session, I would like to give you some glimpse of what is aMP or AMS. Initially, the name of aMP was AMS. AMS stand for, or rather ask me, aMP stands for? A for Azure, M for Microsoft 365, and P for platform, Power Platform. So initially it was AMS, right? Now they have changed the name to aMP. So this is the glimpse of the events this community is organizing. So I am one of the ambassador of AMS and aMP now. So we are promoting this community everywhere, wherever possible, from our local community, or we as a part of different community member or volunteer, right? So these are the glimpse of those all the events. And before I jump into my session, I would like to give brief introduction of myself. So I am Kirti, and I am Microsoft MVP in two categories: one for M365, and the second one is Power Apps, that is business category, business application category. And along with that, I'm also passionate to share my learning, whatever I learned through my day-to-day project or some other information which I'm receiving from the customers or the people like you. So I'm providing Microsoft certified certification training as well. And along with that, I'm an organizer of Microsoft 365 Ahmedabad user group, where we are conducting such events which can help the local community, right? So as a developer or as a professional, we may or may not have some time to explore something more which is not part of our day-to-day project. So we are trying to educate or guide or share our knowledge with other community member, where they can get something new which will be helpful for them to their existing project or their personal growth, right? So that way we are organizing such events along with workshop, and mostly like every month we are organizing one event with different set of topics, right? And if you want to get in touch with me, then on the right hand side you can see my social media handler, and I would be more than happy to connect with any one of you. So that's it from my side. And now I'm just briefing about how and what I'm going to present in today's session. So this is a kind of simple and straightforward agenda I'm going to present today. So in first I will talk about Microsoft 365 Copilot. Nowadays, you might have heard that everywhere Copilot is coming, right? So that's the basic. Then how this Copilot architecture work? There will be some architecture, like if I'm writing something, then someone will interpret what I'm asking for, and some from somewhere they will pull out some data and gives me an output. And then if you have this co-pilot concept, if you want to implement it, then how uh, uh, what are the possible extensibility paths available, right? So I will explain those, and one of them we will use into this, along with the extensibility options. And then this could be used as a plugin, or you can use the graph connectors and fulfill your requirement with this copilot. And then what are the building blocks, right? If you write something, then there should be some main pillars, right? If you write any program or any in any programming language or any product, so there are certain artifacts or the components which could be pillar of your application, right? So in this case, I will explain that what are the building blocks required for messaging extensions plugin. And then if you want to hands on, after discussing all those points, if you are interested to, okay, I want to have some hands on, so as a developer, what are the prerequisites required, right? So I will explain that, and then I will create one of the application. It's a simple straightforward kind of hello world program, and then you can have more information when you dig into that, like how I can extend this functionality with different options. Right. So this is all about the agenda. Now I'm jumping into the first one, the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So how many of you are using Copilot in any ways, like not related to Microsoft 365, but in Bing or any other applications? Anyone? So what is your intention to use Copilot?
I use Copilot like not I'm not using on daily basis, but let's say I just explore it and let's say to create basic power automate.
Okay. So whatever the information you are sharing, see, that's why you are providing your information to get some more details. Like you enter a couple of keywords, right? Now you want some detailed description, like how I want to elaborate this in a proper way. So these are the options. You can see whatever you are writing, it will be converted into natural language and pull out the data wherever possible. It could be your data. You can see your data, so you have connected your data source with your application, or it could come with the internet or Bing, from where it will pull out that from the search server. And if you are asking for something to the Microsoft 365 apps, that data also comes as an output, right? So this is the possibility of all combination to pull out the data. And then the architecture, like when you are typing something, so how it will give you back the answer, right? So here you can see this is the architecture model, like high level architecture model. And here I have note down the number 1 2 3 4 5, and the same number you can see here in this architecture. So first, user is typing something, so it calls as a prompt, user prompt, right? He is prompting something, so that request goes to this copilot, and copilot access the graph possibility. Like if I go to the previous slide, this one, right? So whatever information you are entering, there are possibilities that it can connect with your graph or web, that is optional, or other services for grounding. Maybe you are accessing some Microsoft 365 apps or some other data source, right? So these are the possible options from where it may try to get the response, whatever you have added as a prompt. And the third point is Copilot send modified prompt to LLM. So based on your request or query, it will prepare or kind of transform that information and share that information with the LLM, the large language model. And from there, it will receive the response. So imagine that if you are writing, okay, who is the CM of Maharashtra, right? Now from where it will get that information, and it will give you the 4-5 line answer, right? So it is interpreting whatever you are entering, pushing that information, then from LLM it will get more detail in an elaborate form. So you are getting that information with a description. And then Copilot access graph for compliance and purview. So graph may be used for your connections, like if you want to connect with your Microsoft 365 applications, then it may possible that you have to use the graph connectors, right? So this is just a high level idea, like understanding if I'm writing something, then how the system will come back with answer. So these are the interpretation mode available for now. And along with that, if something is there with your Azure OpenAI, so you can also use that services and pull the data from there also. And then as a developer, I should be able to understand like what are the different skills required when I'm talking about the extensibility path, right? So here you can see that skills and the knowledge, the two axes. So if you have some information available with you, like if you know about the graph connectors or something, how you want to bring your data into the system, then that will be your knowledge base. And based on your request, like if you want to create plugin or if you want to go with Microsoft 365 application services, you can use this path to get the data. So it's a similar one with this one, but this is the simplest form, right? And then this is more interesting, like as a developer, if you think like when should I go with this Copilot, right? So I just prepare a kind of high level slide for this. Let's say for example, if you are a Power Platform user and want to connect your data, sometimes what happen, if I have Excel sheet or SharePoint list and I want to consume that data into my Power Platform application, either it could be Canvas app or Power Pages, right? So if the answer is yes, then create Power Platform connector to connect external data. So in that case, you have to create the external connector or custom connector, which can help you to bring your own data into whatever possible system or application you are going to use. So that is for Power Platform connectors. That is called Power Platform connectors. And if the answer is no, and still you want your data to be indexed, index means how many of you work with SharePoint? So whatever the data we have in the system, and when user is typing something and getting the result, so in background everything will be indexed. Whenever the row created, row updated, row deleted, then the backend crawling is happening every time, right? So that is called indexing. So if you want something to be pulled out from your data to be indexed, then if the answer is yes, then connect data in Microsoft Search, Context IQ, and Microsoft 365 application. And using if you want to go with that, then you have to use the Microsoft Graph Connector, because Microsoft Graph Connector is the only way which can help you to connect with your any of the application from Microsoft 365 stack. And if the answer is still no, then have you built team messaging extensions before? So that's the last option you can think about, creating the Teams messaging extension, right? So if the answer is yes, then we are here to understand how to create it, how to bring the data. Either it could be your own data, you are trying to connect with other API, web API call or REST API call, you can bring everything here. And if the answer is no, then you can just build feature-rich solution using Boat Framework, right? The Boat Framework, in the first session, you have heard about this, how to create the tabs and like that, right? But this one is a kind of extensibility of that component. It's a similar one, but whenever we are going to use the template or after creating the project, the scaffolding is happened, then the structure will be different than what we have seen in the creating the tabs for Microsoft Teams, right? So this is just a high level extensibility options available. So as a developer, we should know for which component I'm trying to use this Copilot, right? So these are the options available. Then it may possible that you want to create the plugins, right? Why we are going with plugins? What is the use of plugin? Though I am able to create some component, it's a reusable thing, right? Wherever possible, you can just inject that and it will do the job for you. So there are two options we can go for. Like my user is asking something to the system, then it goes to the Copilot, and then Copilot will check from Microsoft 365, and it can also get the help of Microsoft Graph Connector to pull your external data, right? You don't know where my data is. Either it could be on SharePoint document library, it is available in Azure or some other place, right? So that is one option using Graph. And the second option is you create the plugin, the custom component, which can help you to bring your data, real-time information into the system as output. So there are different options available. Apart from this Copilot, like there is a one concept called bring your own data using Azure OpenAI, right? So you can use Azure OpenAI, upload your data source or give your third-party website URL and pull out the data. So that's another option. But what if you want to create that as a custom component or plugin? So we can go with this path, right? Now, as I mentioned that once I try to create it, I understand, okay, this is what I need to think about as a priority or the basic information. But once I start development, then what are the basic or the main artifacts I need to understand, right? So there are three main component I can say: app backend, manifest file, and adaptive cards. So app backend is where you are writing your logic. So in the first session, Kunj mentioned that you have that file index.ts where you are writing your logic, right? So you should be able to understand once the project is scaffold where to write my logic or the code. And the second thing is the manifest file where all the properties of your application will be there. It's a kind of JSON file where you have to maintain all the parameters, description, then app name, anything. And the last one is the adaptive card. So this is your output, like how you are going to represent the data to end user. So adaptive card can be designed as per your requirement, right? So I'll show you that in once the project is created. So these are the three main building blocks I can say, and you will be able to see this once the project is created, project structure is created, and the solution is scaffold, right? And then the last point to look into is what are the prerequisites. If I want to hands on something, I want to create it, then I should have some prerequisites component with me. So the first one is the M365 license with Copilot. If you don't have Copilot with license, then this will not help, right? Then Teams app side loading. How many of you have worked with Microsoft Teams application development? No. Okay. So I'm not sure in the first session we discuss or not, but to deploy or upload my package, let's say for example, I'm creating one solution and I debug it and everything is working fine. Now I want to put that file for everyone in my organization so they can access that from their Microsoft Teams, right? So for that, for me, because I'm the developer who is uploading, or I'm the person who is uploading that file into Microsoft Teams application. So for that, if I don't have access the proper privileges to upload that package file, then I will not have that option to upload custom file or custom package. So first thing, you have to ask your tenant administrator who can allow or enable the side loading for you. So once it is enabled, then and then you will be able to see that option into Microsoft Teams uh, upload apps. In the bottom left corner, there is an option to go and check whether the side loading is enabled or not. So once that is enabled, then and then you will be able to upload or deploy your package. So that's the most prerequisites item for that. And then code editor, I am referring Visual Studio Code, but if you are familiar with other code editor, then you can also use those. And then Node.js 18.18. So As in first session, you already heard about some words regarding Node.js and some other artifacts which is required. So this is the compatibility version with this development. So these are the prerequisites I can consider for the initial development starting point. Right? So any questions? I'm done with theory. Yes.
Copilot and ChatGPT, both like whatever you're typing it is output.
Yes.
Then what's the difference?
So in Copilot, like we don't have any flexibility for ChatGPT to use that in our component. First thing, right? And I'm not sure ChatGPT how old data it is bringing into the as a output, right? But Copilot, we have the capability to extend, and the best part is it is from Microsoft, so it's like tightly integrated with all the other services, right? And we have the we can say feasibility to extend it anyway, right? If you want to create for something for Bing, you have that component or the coding facilities available, you can extend it. For example, if you want to create something for Microsoft Teams, though we have the Copilot available, but if you want to bring something from third party and display or make it available in your Microsoft Teams, then that's the option. Any other questions? If not, then I'll jump into the demo. Okay. So as I mentioned that as a prerequisites, I should have first Microsoft 365 account with Copilot, right? So I am using this account with Copilot. So you can see in Microsoft Teams, in top left corner, you can see the app.
Can you share your screen?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
शेयर स्क्रीन कर लेना
Okay.
शेयर एंटर स्क्रीन
Present and share screen.
एंड हाँ शेयर स्क्रीन फिर एंटर हाँ एंटर से हाँ सेलेक्ट करना
Okay, so you can see that Copilot in top left corner. So that's my Copilot app is available in my Microsoft Teams. And I was talking about that whether you have that access to upload your package file or not. So if you go to the apps, then here in the bottom left, you can see manage your apps. Then you have that option upload an app, right? So that way you will be able to identify whether I have that access or not. Now whenever you are logging into Teams, just try to check these points, right? Go to apps, then manage your apps and see that option is available for you or not. So for me, side loading is enabled. And I have this Microsoft 365 license with Copilot. So two prerequisites I have. The third one is the code editor. So to write something, I should have the area where I can start something, right? So for that, we are using Visual Studio Code. Now, if I open Visual Studio Code, by default, it will open like this, right? Now, assume that you don't have any plugins or extensions installed. In the first session, Kunj mentioned that if you want to have something for Microsoft Teams, then Microsoft Teams toolkit should be added, right? So that is one thing. So after having Visual Studio Code, you should have that. So you can see in the left side, I have that option, Teams toolkit, right? And along with that, this one, Azure. So Azure extension is also required because I'm going to connect with my Office 365 tenant, Microsoft 365 tenant, and Azure portal. It's not required for this one, but going forward, it may possible that if you want to bring something from your Azure portal where you have some files or some services you want to consume, you can use that. So let's start with this. If I go here, now I want to create Microsoft Teams messaging extensions, right? So once I click on Microsoft Teams toolkit, I will be able to see this option, and I want to create a new app. Click on this. Now here you can see there are a number of options available: Copilot, the bot, tab, and we are going to use this one, message extension. So once I click there and custom search, start with bot, and language you can use as per your requirement. So I'm just using this and putting into one folder. So I'm just using this folder demo and giving a name AMP2, then press enter. Now observe what happens after pressing this enter. See, you can see all the files. So I trust it. You can see these files created automatically, right? So this is called scaffolding of the project, right? Now you can see this is the important file, src file. Now remember those building blocks, right? So one was the logic file where you are trying to write your logic. So that file will be here, index.js. Then this manifest file, and the third one backend manifest and adaptive cards. So adaptive cards is here, right? So these are the three main building blocks or components we can think about. Now I have not updated anything here, right? I'm just trying to build this solution. So to build it, go to Control Shift D, and you will be able to prompt this. So you can open any one from this option. So we are just debugging it right now, right? So I'm just opening this remote debugging Chrome, debugging Teams Chrome. So, so there are number of options available. There are 8 steps, right? So when we are debugging it, it will execute all the steps, and if you don't have any error, then it will successfully execute your code and allow you to validate like how this functionality works for this the solution you are creating. And meanwhile, I'm opening that reference documents if you want to go like detail, like whatever the theory I have explained, and if you want to have some hands-on with detail, like, so there is a tutorial available. You can go from this options like building, and this is the introduction. So this one will help you to understand in a better way like what are the detailed documents available. So I am just keeping high level everything, but if you want to dig more, like what are the other options available, what are the prerequisites, like side loading, right? Side loading I have not enabled for this session, it is already there, but what if you want to enable it? So you can find those steps from here. So you can see that in the introduction there are kind of options available. So this screen you can see, if I open my Teams and go here, sorry, uh, pilot, So this is the screen, right? From where I can just type in something and it will give me the response. And in the next step, these are the prerequisites, right? So I have not mentioned few of them, right? For example, Microsoft Teams, Age, then uh, Teams Toolkit, right? So here you will have more detailed list where you can see what are required and what are optionals, prerequisites. And then this is the place where from where you can check side loading option is enabled or not. If not, then you have to ask or connect with your network admin. They can help you out. So from here, we are good to complete that development environment. And this is the creation of the project. So these are the steps like open Visual Studio, then click on Teams Toolkit, create new app, then custom search, messaging extensions, then name it, select the language, and your folder will be created. This is the scaffolding of project, right? And then if you click on next, then it will ask you to how to test it, right? After checking all the validated building blocks, or if you write something and want to debug it, then you can check that. So click next. Now in the same Visual Studio Code interface, if you see in Azure, where I have mentioned that I should have the Microsoft 365 subscription. So once I have that, I need to connect with that tenant, right? So in this one, we will have that options available. So meanwhile this opens, let me open this. And sorry, that's in accounts. In the same Teams toolkit, we have this option called accounts on the top right, top left corner, where we have three different options. The first one is my Microsoft 365 subscription connection. So I have connected with that, and Copilot is also enabled. So that was our first prerequisites. You should have the M365 license with Copilot, right? So now check in your Visual Studio Code after logging into your M365 license. Will you be able to see the second option or not? If it is not there, then it will not work for creating the Copilot for messaging extensions, right? And the third, this one is for my Azure portal. I have already connected with that. Right now, here you can see in the environment there are three different options. So whenever I publish this or debug this application, which environment it will take from these three: dev, local, or test tool. Oh?
Local.
Yes, local, because I am debugging it. I have not hosted or deployed in my development environment. So this is considered as a local host. So whenever I will open this application, it will append with dash local, right? So my application name was aMP2. Now when I try to debug it or try to get the output, then it will open as amp-amp2 dash local. So environment is used for that. And then this one, life cycle. So once you are done with, I'm not going to like demo this one, but just give you glimpse of like what are the options available. So once you feel okay, my development is working fine, local is working fine, now I want to publish it. So for publish, you have to use this section. First, you have to provision it, deploy it, and then publish it. So where you are publishing this? So in that case, it may ask for your Azure credentials, Azure portal connection. Now we have done this, build the solution. Now if I go to Microsoft Teams, let me open this again. Teams, and from where I can open that extension, the solution which I just created, from where I can open it. In first session, in last 5-10 minutes, Kunj explained that from where we can open the extensions. No. The area from this screen, you can see this symbol, right? So this is called plugins. So whatever we are creating, it comes under the plugins section. So if I click here, and this is the one I created, AMP2 local, right? So it is still disabled, right? It is not enabled for me. So let me enable this. Now it is on. Now if we go here, and these are the different steps available. So I can open or set up this in Teams as well. So I'm just prompting something, and it will try to get more information. So let me see the next step. Anyways, so the basic idea is, once you have that prompt available, it will pull out the data, whatever the data source you have provided. So that's the basic idea of this creation of the application. So whatever the application you have created, it will be available under this section, and you have to enable it, and after that you will be able to add that. So this is the basic of how, what is messaging extension for Copilot, how to create it, how to debug it. Once it is like you are fine with whatever the output you are expecting, you can deploy it and provision and publish it. Now, can anyone explain me or give me some idea like what will be the best or feasible business scenario we can implement using this kind of Copilot development? I will explain one business scenario, so you can give it a try on that, and that will be very productive and useful for any of the organization. Any idea you have, like in which scenario we can create this kind of application? This is just a sample example. Like it will pull out the data from npm API. So whatever the command I am prompting as a user, it will try to pull that information using those API call and bring the data. But what if I want to create my own Copilot which can help me as a organization?
Application which is taking the input from the clients. You can also create a co-pilot to take the inputs from the client. So that application will only use for the viewing purpose. And co-pilot will then to directly input of the teams in Excel.
Okay, that is for your client, right?
Even in the organization, we still use the same way.
So let me explain you the best feasible scenario which we can implement. How many of you are using Azure DevOps? Have you come across with any kind of urgency? Like, for example, I'm traveling, right? And my project manager is asking for user story update, right? I do have Microsoft Teams. I can get the message. I have that application installed in my mobile. But when I receive message, link was also there. I click on it, it opens in browser. I forgot the password. Then what happens? Though my manager is able to see what is the status, but he is expecting me to provide the status, right? So he can update the customer. Now in this scenario, what happens? Everything is available with me, but I'm not able to update the status. I can call him and say, okay, this is the status, but no, you have to update your own, write the comment so customer can see what has been updated, right? So in that case, we have everything, but by mistake, I forgot my password or I'm not able to enter correct information, right? So though I have everything, I'm not able to update customer. So what will be the business scenario we can implement here? So is it possible that we can create a kind of application which can connect with your Azure DevOps project or organization and pull out that information as an adaptive card, and once you click on that, that task will open in the same window in Microsoft Teams only. No switching. In that case, it will help you to use single sign-on. There is no need to like re-enter the password. Either it is asking in this same screen, and at that point of time, you will be able to update the task. So this the same scenario I have created for one of the project, but eventually it's not working right now. So if I click again, custom copilot, yes, I'm talking about the custom copilot, and that is available as a extension. So if I click here, then you can see this one, right? SP console. So this is my company name, and we are using this for our internal use, right? So every Friday, most of the employees are leaving after 3:30, and I have call around 6:30 or 7. So what if someone is missing out that information to be entered and updated to the Jira, sorry, Azure DevOps ticket? Then I should be answerable, right? But I want that I cannot ask the password of that developer every time. So better to like have the system implemented, make it available in the teams, so everyone can answer anytime, right? So this is the business scenario I have implemented. But for today's session, it will be kind of very complex. Just to give you an idea, like how to connect with Azure DevOps, how we can bring that information. Because I'm not sure how many of you are still working with messaging extensions or have any kind of hands-on experience. So first, you can go through this basic, like how to create it, how to publish it, how to deploy it, and then you can think about this kind of business scenarios, right? Anyone have any other ideas so we can think about apart from this?
In my organization, actually, earlier we are
Uh,
by with they are showing accessing the link, and through there they are showing everything. Means like one day, whatever that hours they are working on. So what they are doing is they bought it everything in the game system, and everyone is using the mobile and click on that time map, and you can feel it.
okay, but that will be kind of any tab or any application,
Yeah, kind of app they bought it.
right? So they have to log into Teams, open that
Yeah,
tab,
log
and
into
then
the team, and from there they give you the additional accessibility to access that app.
okay, so that is a kind of personalized themed app, right?
Yeah.
So that is also fine, but it could be easy for everyone to have something like this. That no need to click on three dots or personalize it. Right? You can extend the same functionality using this messaging extension. Not related to Copilot, but again, messaging extension is also there, right? If I don't want to use Copilot, that is also there. But these are the different options we can think about as a decision maker. If anyone of you representing the company or taking some kind of decision to have some productivity work within the team, so these are the some of the business scenarios we can think about, right? So this is all about from my side. That's the basic of what is it, how to use it, and what are the prerequisites which can help you to create a basic structure of messaging extension Copilot. Though we have another session on creating the custom plugins, right? So you will have more detailed information in that. Let me know if anyone have any questions. If not now, then we are still here for full day, so we can connect in lunch break or networking break, and I will be more than happy to connect with any one of you. Yes.
So, can we restrict the usage of this plugin to specific teams?
Yes, we can.
So not
But
all the members come to your
So hello, good afternoon. Myself Smita Nasin. I'm having total
Sometimes it's not processing, yes, still processing. You can stop just for a minute. आया क्या देखो आया okay yeah you can start all right. Yeah. Is this mic comfortable or you want this one?
No, which one? This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. This is absolutely fine. Is that okay? Hi everyone, can you hear me? Good stuff. So thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you to Muntaza and his team. I've come all the way from the United Kingdom. It's my first time in Pune, so please do bear with me. I might be a little bit too fast, but hopefully I'll try and slow down. It's very hard for me to sort of adjust, but yeah, I'm very excited to be here today and sort of share my knowledge that I have. So today I'll be talking about real-time intelligence with Microsoft Fabric. But before that, I'd like to share a little bit of information about myself. So I've done a degree in computer science with business. I didn't come from a technical background, never worked with programming languages before, but I decided to do a degree of computer science, a bit of programming because I enjoyed working with IT. And this is something that I did at Aston University in the United Kingdom. It was a 4 years course, 3 years was the theory based and 1 year was an industrial placement. I was very fortunate to get a job at Oracle Corporation. And their headquarters were in Reading, near London. So I did my sort of industrial placement there for a full year where I got a chance to work in the development team, hands-on coding, and that's when I really got an insight into development. And one of the things that was scary for me was working with coding. I'm sure a lot of you people here, I mean, a lot of the youngsters as well, you might find coding difficult, but I threw myself into the challenge, and that's when I got a chance to work on a programming language, built up my weakness into a strength, and I did a final year project, which was my 4th year university project, and I came out with a first class honours degree from Aston University. So, I mean, after that, I worked on a graduate scheme. I did a 2 years graduate scheme at a software house, so working as a developer. So that was a 2 years program. And then after that, I continued working with databases. I specialised in the business intelligence stack, working with SSIS. You might already be aware of this, what SSIS is, integration services. I worked with analysis services, SSAS, T-SQL, reporting services as well. A lot of that's the old stack. Some of you might already be familiar with this. And then slowly I transitioned into a Microsoft Azure role, and I work as a solutions architect now. I've been working in the IT industry for about 13 to 14 years. I've worked with various sort of sectors, energy, oil, gas, construction, industry. I've worked for IT companies themselves. Yeah, so this is where I am now, and I work as a solutions architect, and I've worked in various roles. So I've worked I've worked with internal and external stakeholders. So yeah, my advice to the youngsters who are studying would be to keep going. If you do find a module difficult, don't give up. You will land into roles where they don't meet your expectations. It might not be what you were expecting, but your career will never be a straight line up. There will be ups and downs. Sometimes you have to go back to the previous company, but always keep that great connection with your colleagues, because you never know. You may need them at some point in your life and your career as well. So that would be my advice. Okay, so I'm going to move on now. So today's topic is real-time intelligence in MS Fabric. The content space, so I'll give you a brief overview as to what Microsoft Fabric is. I'll be talking a little bit about the different sort of use cases where real-time intelligence can be used, some of the components, and then we break it down to the event stream, KQL database, query set, custom query language itself, followed by a short demo and talking a little about data activator. Is anyone familiar with real-time intelligence in the audience? Has anyone heard of MS Fabric? No? Okay. Do any of you specialize in Microsoft Azure? No? Okay. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so today I'll be sort of giving you a basic introduction about it. I won't go too much into the technical detail, but effectively what it is, Microsoft Fabric, it consists of various components from the Microsoft Business Intelligence, Microsoft Azure stack. You've got Data Factory, which is effectively pulling, which is essentially you're pulling your information from source systems using an ETL process, and you put it into your target database. So for example, let's think of a pizza company, right? So you'll have customer order details, you'll have customer details, you'll have various pizza stuff. But data factory is basically, if you're looking at a pizza example, you're looking at the effective dough where the raw data resides. And in that example, it will be the dough of the pizza. So data engineering is where you start cleaning the data. So if you're looking at a pizza example, this will be essentially where you start putting on the sauce onto the pizza base, right? And what we do in data engineering is you start cleaning the data. It's not just about cleaning as well. Data engineering, you're getting it into a format that is sort of usable. Data warehouse is a bit more where you start adding the toppings onto the pizza. So you're getting it into a shape which will be usable by other people. Data science is where you start adding more of the cheese onto the pizza. So you can apply Azure learning models, machine learning models in order for you to make the data. You can basically put predictive models on it. Now, real-time intelligence is key. This is where you're actually looking at the pizza, you're seeing it in the oven, and you're trying to see, okay, the progress of it. That will be a great example for you to sort of relate to. So pizza is essentially looking at the oven, seeing is it cooking as per a lot of the requirements, as per the standards. So this is where real-time intelligence comes in, and Power BI is essentially looking at the output and sort of visualizing. You could be serving KPIs. So if you've got a pizza being baked, you might want to place some KPIs around that. So length of time the oven took to cook it. It really depends. You've got various use cases that you could use, but that's just a simple use case just so that you get a better understanding. And data activator is there's no point having this data unless you can make decisions with the data. So for example, if you want to place a threshold, now it might be very dull to sort of understand what is the average temperature of an oven where the pizza is baking. That information wouldn't mean anything. But if you're trying to understand, okay, so which oven is not operating or it's gone past a certain degrees, that's when data activator will come in. You're able to place a threshold, you're able to get an alert via email or some sort of notification, you're likely to take some sort of action. So that's key of data activator. On one lake is where sort of your data resides in a unified data platform. That could be all your ingredients. And around this, you can put sort of data governance. So that's going to be like such as standards across your data. So making sure your pizza is baking at the right level, you're using the right ingredients, etc. So that's key. Data governance is key in any organization. Okay, so that's just a little bit about Fabric. I'm going to move on. So today's focus is going to be on real-time intelligence, but that gives you an overview of what Microsoft Fabric is. Okay, so in organizations, you get different types of people. You get data engineers who are mainly focused on pulling the data from the source systems and placing it into the target database. Some of the tools that they use is Data Factory. Azure Data Factory is very key in Microsoft Azure, and this is one of the portals. So previously I would have used integration services. That's now been replaced by Data Factory. It makes it so much easier for you to sort of grab your data from one engine, place it into a location, a destination. It could be a KQL database. It could be a lakehouse. Okay, so that's data. And your data science is basically using that data and trying to put some predictive models. So trying to predict the future. If I was to give you an example, where you could possibly try and predict things. So if you're in a retail store and you know your customers are purchasing milk and say sugar between the hours of 12 and 2, they might use some data science to predict, okay, so these are the most busiest times of the day between 12 and 2. We know our customers are they are purchasing milk and sugar. Why don't we, near the counter, place another item that we think customers would purchase? Is it a bar of chocolate? Is it a bag of sugar? So that's where data science comes in, and you can sort of predict customers' patterns and behaviours. Are school kids coming in between 12 and 2? Does that mean we need to place more ice cream by the tills? And that's the sort of data science is so much in sort of it's the future. A lot of people that's an area where you ideally would like to be in as well. And you've got people like data analysts who understand the data, they produce the reports, they can carry out the day-to-day activities, and they can simply do that by using Power BI, a tool that some of you might already be familiar with. Power BI, I've worked with that quite a bit. It's a really good tool. If you've not really had exposure to that, please do have a look. It's not very complex, but it does take some time to get used to it, but a very powerful tool. Okay, the next bit, data citizens. Data citizens are people who effectively been told how to carry out their day-to-day tasks. So a data analyst might produce a report, they pass it to a data citizen so that they can carry out their everyday task. And you've got people like data stewards, which are right at the bottom, which should have been. And these are essentially people who take ownership of the data. So for example, if you've got an ETL process and you're ingesting your data, someone's giving an Excel file on a monthly basis, people are taking ownership of the data. They're making sure the data is correct within the file. There's no point giving an incorrect file and we're going to be making incorrect decisions. This data needs to be accurate and data stewards will take ownership of the data that's being provided. Okay. So moving on, a common lakehouse architecture. Some of you might have come across a medallion architecture structure. Those people who are familiar with Databricks, is anyone familiar with this sort of concept of having a bronze layer, silver layer, and a gold layer? No? Okay. Okay, so essentially this is an architecture model used within organizations. So essentially you've got your data sources, so you could have files, Excel files, you could have various databases, you can have sensors. So what I mean by sensors is, for example, if you're stopping in a hotel room, each room might have a sensor to monitor the air conditioning temperature or the temperature of a room. And that data can be pulled into a centralized database using an event stream. So for example, if the receptionist finds that the temperature has gone up on one floor, they can adjust that temperature without waiting for the air conditioning to totally go out of proportion. But they've got a way of sort of monitoring that information. Now, sensors is one of the key data sources where information comes from. Okay, and then you have the bronze layer. So essentially your data is coming in from the data sources and it's being placed in a layer. You can normally have a landing layer as well. Your bronze layer is effectively getting the raw data and storing it. And that would be in your bronze layer. Silver layer is where your data gets cleansed. It's shaped in a format where it's usable, and that's where that's the layer where you would keep your cleansed data. So just using a pizza example, your business goal might be to increase your customer order sales. You want to predict customer behavior. Thank you. And the way that you can do that is by making sure you pull through your customer order details. So you've got various data sources. So it could be your customer order, your staff details, your kitchen staff details. If you're going to provide an efficient service of providing pizza orders faster. So you'll have all your pizza, your order details, your inventory data, that will all get landed into a bronze layer. You can have a landing zone as well. That data then gets cleansed. You can use various tools to cleanse your data, which then goes into your silver layer. Your data then, using your data from a silver layer will then go into a gold layer. That's where your data is created and it comes into a dimensional model. Some of you might be familiar with facts and dimension tables, but you're placing your data in a format that can be usable by other tools such as Power BI. You wouldn't really be advised to make a direct connection to an Excel file from a Power BI report. You would possibly want to point it to a gold layer where the data is in a shape that is readable and it's easy for the Power BI report to render your data faster. So your gold layer would effectively have a fact table, central fact table, which could have calculated measures, summarized functions, and then you'll have your dimensional tables. So that's just a simple example of a medallion architecture structure, which is used by a lot of companies, and essentially this is something that I've used as well. You might already come across that, or you might come across that in the near future. Okay, so moving on. Evolution in information access and consumption. Now, real-time intelligence. So over the last 20 years or so, people want to be able to access the data portfolio instantly. They want to be able to get answers to their questions immediately without having to wait lengthy periods of time. And that's where real-time intelligence comes in. So you've got the Internet of Things as well. So for example, just going back to that example of a hotel room, having a temperature sensor on each floor, where the air conditioning or the temperature is too high, the receptionist wants to be able to disable that or lower that down without having to wait days and days and days till the data comes in. So that's where real-time intelligence comes into that. The same for health monitoring as well. For example, people's health conditions, especially when COVID came in, when there was a breakout. We need to be able to monitor that data fairly quickly. Even with the elderly generation, people who don't say well, you want to be able to monitor their health and get emergency services out straight away rather than having to wait hours, days, months. And that's the purpose of real-time intelligence, being able to sort of act on information instantly. Okay? So if we don't have real-time intelligence, what can happen? There could be delays in decision-making. We want to be able to respond to market conditions, emerging opportunities instantly, and this is one of the purposes of real-time intelligence. We want to be able to provide a better user experience. We want to understand customer trends and patterns. For example, in a store, if you have a self-scan checkout, you might come across retail organisations where you have self-scan checkouts in the United Kingdom, in one of like Walmart or big retail stores. You've got self-scan checkouts where people can simply scan their items and pay for an item. Now, if there's 3 open and you know they've got a queue of customers behind, you know you want a 4th till to be open, or you want another till to be open where people can serve their customers. And real-time intelligence can really help industry and retail industry like that. So they can see, okay, we've got 100 people queued up, we've only got 3 self-scan checkouts open, why don't we open another one? And that information will be available to the retail store instantly, and that's where sort of retail intelligence would come in. Okay, so that's just another benefit of having this feature. Okay, so real-time intelligence is mainly to do with real-time data, and these are some of the industries. I mean, I won't go through all of them. Fraud detection is a very good one where this can really help. So again, going back to a retail customer, a lot of the time you have stock take being done. And what I mean by that, on a monthly basis, it could be a quarterly basis, what the staff do is they count the items that they have in store. So you could have 50 items for a particular product, but if that item is below a threshold, say if there's only 20 of them, that report can instantly go to senior management, and they can say, okay, look, there's a shortage of this item. What is the reason behind this? Has that item been misplaced? Why have we got short? Has it been theft in the store? And that's when real-time intelligence can come in. Otherwise, they'll have to wait weeks and months to get a report, whereas real-time intelligence, they can have that information instantly. Okay? And then on the right-hand side, we've got sort of things such as remote patient monitoring. So being able to monitor people's health remotely and then sending emergency service out. So if people's, I don't know, blood pressure or, something that's not keeping them well has gone out of proportion, then we can send out emergency services. And that's where sort of this use case can be useful for real-time intelligence. Okay, so I'm going to move on. So this is just a use case. So we've got Thomas. Effectively, he's used Microsoft Fabric to build real-time intelligence reports. He's informed the CEO of Microsoft Fabric that he's used. Effectively, what he's now able to do is he's able to look at his equipment that he's sort of managing, and any maintenance activities that needs to be applied to the equipment, he's able to get alerts. So this is something that you can do in real-time intelligence, and some of the benefits that real-time intelligence has brought now is got improved customer satisfaction, the operational efficiency has improved, and he's able to provide a better customer service. So these are some of the benefits at the bottom of real-time intelligence, and this is just the workflow of how Microsoft Fabric has helped him. Okay, moving on. So why real-time intelligence? So this is a feature within Microsoft Fabric, so you can ingest data from any source, any sort of format, so semi-structured, structured, unstructured data. You can get immediate insights using real-time intelligence. You can see your data going up and down, moving by time, and you can see an interactive dashboard. So that's one of the benefits of it. Operational efficiency, you can get answers to sort of your questions immediately. You can speed up processes. For example, you can provide a better service. You've got the self-scan checkout, you've got the stock count, you've got the pizza. You can, if you know your pizza orders, people are buying a lot of cheese and margherita pizza. We're having a lot of customers at that time, maybe put some promotional offers on. So that's how you can sort of help. That's how real-time intelligence can help to improve your sort of operational efficiency, and as a result, provide an enhanced customer experience. And not only that, you can get competitive advantage if you're using the latest technology. You're already ahead of market, so that's definitely good. And also predictive analytics, you can start predicting the future. So if you can start seeing trends in your data, seeing how real-time intelligence is giving you some results, and you're able to get better insight, you can put other sort of promotional offers in. You can target your customers a lot better, which will sort of generate sales in the long run. Okay. And scalability, real-time intelligent MS Fabric can work with minimal data and terabytes of data as well. So it's scalable at that too. Okay, moving on, this is a video that I'm just going to quickly show you and how it's helped an organization who have sort of embedded real-time intelligence. Just going to play this and hopefully... There should be a play button. There's no sound.
Not sure.
Okay. So,
No, I think that is the. One second, I'll go to it.
yeah, we'll have to stop that one. Ah.
No.
Yeah. I think this is a Power BI. I can't.
I think so. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. Ah.
280 km por hora. We have to think about the strategy.
No, that's fine.
Showing blue screen.
Oh, I think so. We need to show it within.
Nas corridas de Porsche, a competitividade fica muito intensa, mas os autódromos mais velozes eles chegam próximo a 280 km por hora. We have to think about strategy. Every detail make the difference. All the cars finish in 1 second. The top 5 in 0.2 of a second.
Tire pressure can
Yeah.
Nas corridas de Porsche, a competitividade fica muito intensa, mas os autódromos mais velozes eles chegam próximo a 280 km por hora. We have to think about strategy. Every detail make the difference. All the cars finish in 1 second. The top 5 in 0.2 of a second.
tire pressure can determine if you will make pole position or you'll be 20th in the grid. At the car, you have like 180 sensors that are generating important informations. The problem of this whole process of downloading the data from the car, treating it, putting in our server, and then visualizing it, it took at least 30 minutes. It's an eternity for us.
Depois da adoção do Microsoft Real-Time Intelligence, tudo mudou, porque a gente consegue ver isso em tempo real e tomar decisões antecipadas, poder passar algo de instrução para o piloto. Now we can follow all the cars of the grid, and we can follow the tire temperature, tire pressure, water temp, oil temp, gearbox temp.
The presentation of this data, it's intuitive, it's friendly. Having all the sensors for the 76 cars in one screen, really important and helpful for us. We can see when some of the cars are out of the standard deviation, and we can take an action before even the driver notices. We are excited about real-time intelligence and data activator, giving us the ability to correlate data that have not even been stored yet. It's just happening in that instant, and you can use it and take decisions on it.
Com o Microsoft Real-Time Intelligence, eu consegui me antecipar a qualquer problema e eu reduzo custos. Eu tomo decisões que eu minimizo muito meu prejuízo. Before it was more than feelings of the drivers. Now we have all this data, and the engineer can help us. It's going to be crucial to improve the driving and improve the show. Minha paixão começa com os carros, com as máquinas, com os motores. Microsoft Real-Time Intelligence é uma solução que entrega informações sem que eu precise de uma infraestrutura de TI. Assim, meu time foca no nosso negócio, corrida.
Okay, that's all from that. I hope that gives you a bit of an insight as to how the dashboards can help organisations and how some of the organisations have benefited from real-time intelligence. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next screen. Okay, just make that bigger. Okay, so essentially, what is Fabric and real-time streaming? So real-time streaming is effectively a feature of Fabric. So just to give a brief overview, Fabric provides simplicity. So it's brought together so many components of Microsoft Azure, Data Factory, Power BI, etc., into one sort of unified platform. So that's one of the added benefits of having Fabric. It's a software as a service, not platform as a service. And what we mean by that is it's not a software. You don't need a computer system. It's on the cloud. So that's one of the features of MS Fabric. One unified portfolio for all your data and AI solutions. So you're bringing your data from all sorts of different source systems, and you've got it into one central location. So which means it's a single version of the truth. So all your data is located in one area. And that's one of the real benefits of having Microsoft Fabric. Okay, and the key bit is one logical copy. So all your data is in sort of one central location. And on the right-hand side, so real-time intelligence. One of the key benefits of that is it can handle large volumes of data. From up to terabytes of data, and one of the added benefits, it can sort of handle any format of data, whether it's semi-structured, structured, etc. And indexing and partitioning, so your data can be indexed and partitioned, so it makes your answers, your data processing a lot more smoother. You can get the answer that you need fairly quickly. So that's one of the added benefits. Okay, right, I'm going to move on. Okay, some of the components in real-time intelligence. So some of your data sources could be a Cosmos DB, an Azure SQL database, Amazon Web Services, it could be an S3 bucket, etc. So you're pulling your data from each of the data sources. You've got an event stream to pull that data from a source system and you place it into a target database. KQL database used to be on its own, but now it's in a component called Event House. That's where you're supposed to be getting your data and moving it into a KQL data which would reside in there. You then got at the bottom a KQL query set. So essentially you're writing KQL statements, you execute it on top of the KQL database to get the results that you require. You can have a real-time dashboard. And what this actually consists of is the components live in a real-time hub, which consists of a real-time analytics and a data activator. What I mean by a data activator is that this data means nothing unless you can take an action with the data. So for example, I can show stock market data, but it only means something if I can take an action. So for example, if your stock market price has gone above a certain price or it's decreased, then you want to be able to get an alert. And that's the same for sort of healthcare services. If you're sort of monitoring your patients remotely, you want to be able to do something with that data, whether you're sending out emergent services. And that's where data activator, which is part of Reflex, that's when that would come into place. And you can obviously create your real-time dashboards in Power BI. Okay. Okay, a bit more about real-time intelligence. It's a SaaS solution, so software as a service, so it's already in the cloud. The key feature probably from here is real-time AI insights. So you can effectively use Copilot on this. So a lot of the other speakers mentioned Copilot. So it can write KQL statements for you. So if you want it to answer some sort of a question for you, it can write the KQL query for you. So that's one of the added benefits of Copilot within real-time intelligence. Okay, so event stream. So this is just a sample at the bottom. So stock event stream. I will show it you quickly in the demo as well. So effectively what I'm doing here is I'm pulling data from a Jupyter notebook, which is effectively got stock market data real time. And this event stream is actually pulling the data and it's ingesting it into a KQL database. So that's just this is just showing you what the event stream is doing. So it's effectively getting your data from source systems and putting it into a target database. Okay, and some of the you can it doesn't have to be a KQL database, it could be a lakehouse, so there's various destinations it can support. Okay, so these are some of the KQL basic operations, some of the statements, so you've got some of the features. Are any of you familiar with SQL or SQL? Good, okay, so that's perfect. So a lot of you might, because you're already familiar with SQL, you might be able to resonate towards it. So we'll count the number of records in the table. Take 10, give you a sample of the first 10. And obviously you've got your where statement. So some of these, I mean, it's not difficult to learn. If you get the hang of SQL, you can eventually sort of pick this up as well. It's a very powerful language. Okay. So moving on, KQL database and some of its capabilities. So it's essentially storing data as tables. You can store data from any sort of data format, any source. any sort of structured, semi-structured, and you'll get high performance results. So this is some of the added benefits of using a KQL database. Okay. Then I've got a sample here of a KQL query set. That's just a statement that's been executed. It's not that clear to sort of see, but in there you've got a function called render. So when I run that statement, instead of it returning a table with results, it's actually sent you a graph. So that's the benefit of a render function within KQL. Okay. Custom query language. So it's a read-only request to process data and return results. So this is basic KQL. A custom queries, you've got the pipe operator. So in SQL, you don't normally use that, but it's very much common in when you're writing a KQL statement. So that's what that's trying to highlight. Okay. Okay, I'm going to quickly show you a quick demo. Are you okay for time? Are you okay for time? Okay, perfect. Sorry. Okay, so I've already got Microsoft Fabric open. So I've essentially gone to app.fabric.microsoft.com. I've got a trial account set up, so I've got a trial for about 60 days on this. So this is a portal of MS Fabric, and here, if I click on the bottom left-hand side, you've got various options. The one that I'm interested in is real-time intelligence. So if I click on this, it will give you a lot of options where you can start creating your event stream, you can start creating your KQL database. Now, I've already got my workspace set up, so within here, I won't go too much into the detail because it's taken a lot of time to sort of configure this and get it working, but I'll show you what I've already put together, and you can get a feel of how the real-time intelligence the report has been created. So behind this, I've set up an event stream. So event stream is key. So essentially what that is doing, it's picking up data from a Jupyter notebook, essentially, which is picking up stock market data. So this is the stock generator notebook. I've already made a connection on this. It's bringing the data real time. There's a lot of code behind this. I'm going to go to the event stream itself. So just bear with me. So essentially, I could have clicked on that plus button new to create a new event stream, given it a name, and then it comes up with a sort of a dummy template where you can define the source and the target and what you're trying to sort of retrieve. But I've already created an event stream before, so I'll show you what this is essentially doing. I'll just minimize this. Okay, so the event stream is essentially pulling the data from the stock notebook, which has stock market data, and I'm saying grab the data and put it into this KQL database. Okay, so if I just pull this up, and at the bottom, the data format I specified as JSON. I'm storing the data in a sort of a table that's been created, a KQL database table, and this is the format of the data. So it's still an instant. I could refresh it and it'll show the results, but the data is already coming through. Okay, so that's the event stream. Now moving on. Okay, so the data at this point is already within the KQL database. I've already set up various KQL queries where I'm going to show you the results. So essentially in the stock price table is the KQL database table where I'm storing the data. So if I sort of select this and execute this, it will give me the top 100 rows. Now the results have come at the bottom. I could run all of them together and it will give me a single tab per table with the results, but I'm just going to quickly execute each individual query. So this query here will tell me the amount of records within the table. So this is the count that's been returned. And then here, if you guys are already familiar with SQL, we're using a sort of bin function and summarize function in here. So bin is basically summarizing the data per hour, what's been happening. So we've got a time slot for 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. and the number of counts of records that we've got. So it's another effective function that we can sort of use, which is provided by KQL. Okay, so moving on, another query has been written. Here we're doing sort of price comparison. I'm just going to execute this query. We've got sort of various functions in here, such as previous. And these are sort of common functions within KQL. So here you're doing a price comparison. So you've got the previous price, you're doing a price difference. So that's what that query is doing. And what I'm trying to show is some of the common functions that are used within sort of KQL. And one of them is definitely that previous one there. Okay, aggregate. You might have come across such as group by clauses within SQL. Stock aggregate, this is basically aggregating the data. And I've already written this query previously. I'm just going to run the query to show you some results. And essentially, those are the results that you're getting from the stock market data that's been saved. Okay. And then stock bin, you've got a bin function here. Again, it summarizes the data such as in bins per hour. And those are the results from the dummy data that's been stored within the KQL database. Now, the most interesting one is probably visualizations. Effective, what this is doing is I've got the KQL query stated in here, but within here, I've got a function called render. And what render is going to do is it's going to show you a chart rather than a table. So you can instantly visualize the results within this SQL query, this KQL query set rather than having to create a dashboard. So you should get a chart at the bottom. Let me just try and visualize this. So there's your graph with the results, and you've got a supporting table with it. Okay, so this is one of the great features of running your KQL query within MS Fabric and real-time intelligence. Now you've got various tools on the right in the toolbar. You've got Power BI. If I click on this, effectively what that will do is it will open a Power BI dashboard. It will have your KQL database table in there, and you can start creating your visualizations. I'm not going to create one from scratch. I've already created a real-time dashboard, which I'll sort of open and show you, but I'll just quickly open this up so I can show you the sort of Power BI template that appears. It's already been built in. It's really good. Are a lot of you familiar with Power BI? Has anyone used it? You have? Okay, so you guys are already familiar with the template. So this has already been built in, really effective. So you can sort of drag your visualizations that you want to apply to your database table. So that's the original base table that's been created. You can create your visualization on top of that. And what you'll have to essentially do is there will be a feature on here where you're making sure the report is refreshed every second to get the real-time intelligence view. Okay, so I'm going to close this and I'm going to go back to my workspace.
Is there any limitation in this because people are already existing customer using that Power BI as an individual service, right? So they already bought in this thing in the Microsoft Fabric.
Right.
So is there any limitations there in this?
For real-time intelligence?
Yeah.
So far I haven't come across any limitations, but it really depends on the results that you're trying to deliver. Any limitations that you're facing? Is it?
Not now. Just I'm asking.
Yeah. Not at the moment, no. But as long as you can see your data in real time, it's able to support large volumes of data. But what you will need to do is make sure your data is in the right format so that it can be sort of handled within the Power BI dashboard.
Then why that means why the existing customer already people are using that individual service, right?
Okay.
This area or Azure Data Lake or Microsoft Power BI and all. They're using individual service. Then why do they need to go for this Microsoft Fabric?
Why do they need to go to Microsoft Fabric? So everything is in one sort of solution. So I don't need to go to Azure Data Factory where I need to bring the data into source tables. I can do it all in MS Fabric. Yeah. So one of the benefits of Fabric is bringing all the different components of Microsoft Azure into one central place.
But what benefit to the existing customer? Again, they use that whatever they did earlier, right?
It's just a new feature of Microsoft, right? They're always enhancing the technology, and this is one of the perks that they've pushed. Yeah. Okay.
So it's for only 20 languages.
This is using KQL. This is using only KQL, yes, in this demo purposes. Okay. And then if I go down, there should be a report that I've already created. So this is a Power BI report which I've created a few weeks back for this demo. And I just want to show you how the data is actually moving. That graph should be updating and you'll see the data. So as you can see, the dashboard's actually refreshing constantly and the data is moving. So this is real-time data and you can see the stock market price changes per second and the dashboard is refreshing every second. Okay. So this is the sort of example that I wanted to show you. Okay, that's all from the demo side of things. I'm going to quickly go back. Taz, are we okay for time? 2 minutes, okay. Okay, right, okay, just to finish off. So the Power BI that's been created, that's all great and stuff, but it's only meaningful if you can do something with that data, and that's where Data Activator comes through. So this slide's basically saying you've got your Power BI report, you can sort of use the different services to share your dashboards, right? But the next key thing is sort of, this is just an example of the Power BI real-time dashboards that have been created. Data Activator, so effectively you're getting your output that's been produced in Power BI or wherever the data is, and you're using threshold to taking some actions. So you're providing some sort of triggers and rules, and that could be done by sort of Power Automate. You can get a notification via Outlook or Teams messages. So for example, an example of Data Activator could be, so when sort of you're doing a stock count, if an item that's being counted, so if you expected a particular chocolate, you're supposed to have 50 units of it in store, but you've only got 10, then Data Activator will come in. You need to let retail management know. That's just an example that, okay, we've got less items for a particular item. Where have the items gone? Are they placed in a different warehouse? Are they in a different store? Has there been a transfer? And that's when you can sort of make decisions and take actions, okay? So that's that. And these are some of the great features of Data Activator. Low code, no code. You don't really need to know massive of lines of code. It's very user friendly. The interface itself, you can configure that within the tool itself. Okay. And that's just another sort of an architecture of, you've got your source systems, whether it could be Power BI, it could be the KQL database tables itself, placing your triggers, and then obviously providing some sort of an action, but using, Power Automate, sending in an alert. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you so much for listening. One thing I would definitely recommend is you guys, if you want to do your DP600, that's an MS Fabric and Microsoft Azure exam. There is a lot of learning material online as well to get more familiar with real-time intelligence. Sorry, it might have been a little bit too fast, but there's only so much we can sort of handle with a short space of time, but hopefully it's given you an insight into real-time intelligence. But yeah, thank you so much for listening, and feel free to speak to me if you've got any questions, or there's anything that you want to sort of ask. That's my LinkedIn sort of QR code. If you want to connect, that's not a problem. Okay, thank you so much.
आपकी मर्जी ऑन करने का कर फिर स्क्रीन आपका स्क्रीन से शेयर कर देना present नहीं फिर ये